Check 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
All right, go ahead, Chief. All right, Chambers, good morning. Chambers County Commissioner Court come to order. This is Tuesday, 13th day, December 2022, 9:30 a.m. County Court in Manaway, Texas. Commissioner Collins, next to the last commissioner meeting.
Oh, we got a
Get us a mile,
Dos
yeah.
más.
All right, if you'll all rise, Bobby Hill, if you'll lead it, please.
Also, this past Sunday, Thomas Smith, a long-time resident. And also, they want to have some church. This time, everything goes well. Just this time, is a tough time. We lose people during this time. I got a deal this morning, says we just need to slow down. I mean, getting such a rush, think about what God has done. Lord, we, again, thank you for the day. Thank you that we can come and together to make decisions for change. Wisdom and all that. Are there those that have lost loved ones, those are facing surgery? Yes, we do those that have lost loved ones. We could say a lot of things, but we were very comfortable. We were Leroy, he was into surgery and the doctors and nurses that discussed his field. And Lord, again, be with all of us who are safe this Christmas and we truly remember why we come and celebrate Christmas.
Well, Congressman Babin's office.
So if you'll join me in the pledge, I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
to the Texans, honor the Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will.
I'll brag on you to your boss next time I see him. That alarm jack actually knew the pledges. All right, citizen comments. Are you a citizen?
Yes, sir.
Robert A. Pascasio, Bob Pascasio.
20+ years now, thank you, Judge.
Mhm. Come on, Bob, you got 3 minutes. Text.
Great. Very good. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I just wanted to drop in this morning, introduce myself, or as the case may be, reintroduce myself. I am returning as the Administrator and CEO of Chambers County Public Hospital District Number 1, which has services and programs here in Anahuac as well as on the west side. I very much look forward to working with the court and the rest of the folks here in the community in the years to come and making sure that we all have access to quality, affordable healthcare services. Thank you, Judge.
So how long were you here previously?
Almost 12 years,
And how long you been gone?
a little over 10.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome on.
Glad to be back.
It's hard work with
Appreciate
you. Huh? And you only took 45 seconds.
That was the plan all along.
All right, any other citizen comment? 1.1, discuss consider resolution recognizing December 13th as Tree of Angels Day. Got the resolution, want to read it, huh? Are you on my job?
Where's Bobby? Tommy Henry.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Whereas when crimes occur, society must protect not only the rights of the accused, but also the rights of the victim. And whereas recognizing that the holiday season is a difficult time for victims and their families, the Tree of Angels will become a memorable tradition observed in Chambers County to recognize that the holiday season is a difficult time for victims and their families. The event will honor surviving victims of violent crime and victims' families by allowing loved ones to bring an angel to place on a special Christmas tree. And whereas all of Chambers County recognizes the important work of all who commit themselves to assist crime victims and their loved ones, traditions like the Tree of Angel reflect the kind of passionate spirit in the holiday season and encourage all of us to play a role in building a safer, more just community. Therefore, Chambers County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim December 13th, 2022 as Tree of Angel Day in Chambers County.
And motion by Commissioners Court, second by the court, and all those are in favor.
Aye.
And the ceremony is actually 10:30, right here in the foyer. Chelsea? You'll see Chelsea, I think. Yeah. Please. 1.2, discuss, consider appointment to Transportation Policy Council. January through December, and the Technical Advisory Committee, February through January for the Houston Galveston Area Council.
Judge, can I make a motion that we appoint incoming Commissioner Ryan Dagley as the representative on the TPC and Commissioner Hammond as the alternate, and then on the TAC, like to appoint our consultant Corey Taylor as the primary and alternate being Natalie Lopez.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions, comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Congratulations, Tom. And Commissioner Dagley, if you're listening.
Ain't sure what just happened.
It doesn't matter, it's already done.
I think I jumped on that second so quick.
A little bit.
1.3, discuss, consider the appointment. Is Ms. Sutter here? Chelsea, are you ready? All right, going down to 1.5, discuss, consider changes to the 2023 Chambers County TCDRS Texas County District Retirement System Plan. Chelsea. Ralph.
Hey, Judge. Okay, I'm gonna try this again here.
It's really simple.
There it is.
Even a county judge could do it. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Get my papers out here, just for the record, I know y'all probably already stated this. My name is Ralph Wallace. I'm an employer services representative with the Texas County District Retirement System. And as I do every year, I like to come and just brief the court on how things are going and talk a little bit about the plan, do a little refresher on it. So I'm going to be going off of this document. I believe everybody has one.
Yes.
Just to refresh everyone on the current benefit levels, employees contribute 7% out of their paycheck into the plan each month. And if they become eligible for retirement and they retire, the county is matching at 220% or $2.20 for every dollar that the employee puts in. As far as earning the right to retire, I'm referring to vesting. Got to have at least 8 years of service to earn that right. Doesn't necessarily mean they're eligible to retire. They've just earned the right. But there's 3 ways somebody becomes eligible, and they got to be vested regardless. The first way is to be age 60. The second is what we commonly refer to as the rule of 75. It just means your age plus your years of service has to equal 75. So if you're 50 and you've been working for the county for 25 years, if you add those numbers, that gets you to eligibility. By the way, yours truly just became eligible last month, but
Congratulations.
well, it's a wonderful thing to have, but being eligible is one thing, but being able to afford to retire is a completely different thing. I've got a kid in college. I'm not going anywhere. So that's the second way you become eligible. The third way is just any age of 30 years of service. So, you know, if the county, for example, hired a road and bridge person at 18, they'd be eligible to retire at 48. But like I said, being eligible is one thing and it will afford to is another, because it's a cash-based plan. It's a savings-based plan. So the longer you're here, you put more money into the plan, more money is going to get matched when you're retired. As far as the cost for 2023, every year the actuaries take a look at y'all's plan and they look at what is called plan experience. And so it's always a year behind. So what happened last year in 2021 dictates 2023's cost, and it's always a percentage of your payroll budget that they think you should send to fund the plan in a healthy manner for the foreseeable future. It's a minimum required percentage of your payroll budget. And for 2023, that minimum rate is 11.76 of your payroll. Now, as y'all know, y'all send us more than that. I always like to say it's kind of like making an extra mortgage payment. So if a county has an unfunded liability, their minimum required rate's designed to pay that liability down over a 20-year period. It's amortized over 20 years, like a 20-year mortgage. Well, the fact that y'all are sending us a little bit more each month is you're making extra mortgage payments, so to speak, to pay down that a little faster. And you know, what causes unfunded liability? Well, bad economies, you know, a late recession is a really good example of that. Obviously, that impacts investment returns. Of course, y'all seen what the market's doing this year. It's been crazy this year. And the impact of that you would see on your 2024 rate that comes out next April. Adding or increasing benefits can impact an unfunded liability. Demographic changes with your employees can impact that as well. Same with payroll growth or lack thereof. So different things affect that every year. Any questions so far on that? Okay. Okay. And if we go over to the third page of that document, based on the latest actuarial valuation, this is kind of the actuarial, these are minimum rate projections for the county for the next 25 years or so. Basically, it just says, you know, if y'all keep doing what you're doing, this is what they're thinking, or how they're thinking your minimum required cost will be impacted over the next 25 years. And I always tell courts to keep in mind that the further out those projections go, the more of an art it becomes for the educated guessers, you know, the actuaries. But it's just there to help y'all with budgeting purposes down the road. And of course, if y'all ever need any help, you can reach out to me. And the last thing I want to mention is on the very last page. Based on what I was saying a while ago, your minimum required rate's designed to get you to 100% funded in 20 years. Well, based on the latest valuation, if y'all keep doing those higher elected rates like you're doing, right now it's got the county getting to 100% funded around 2029. So, and by the way, you know, the county's currently sitting at 89% funded, and you know, most bond rating agencies like Fitch or S&P will tell you that plans like y'all's, if they're 80% funded or better, they're in pretty good shape, just to give y'all a, you know, a guideline to go by. So, but other than that, that was short and sweet and quick. Y'all have any questions or anything on any of this?
Any questions?
Okay.
Aaron?
Coach, I
Mhm.
collect 2 checks. I didn't realize, I remember the Texas Association County Indian Road Administrators, one of their representatives talked during, by law, our funds have to draw 7% interest by law.
Correct.
You can't find 7% interest anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and we do get asked, you know, how's that sustainable? You know, these markets being the way they are. Well, the investment philosophy is a long-term philosophy. You know, your average TCD member puts in about 18 years before retiring, and your average retirees retired about 20 years. You know, that's 38 years, and our investment philosophy is 30+ years. And we've been doing, I don't know, close to 10% for the last 40 years, you know, so it's doing what it's supposed to do. But people ask me, well, what's going to happen this year? What's going to happen next year? And I always tell them, well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be standing here. But the philosophy is long haul, you know, it's not a knee jerk one year to the next. It's, you know, the assets are allocated in a way that we're designed to do good when the years are really, really great. And not so bad when there's like an 08 recession. You know, it's a marathon philosophy for us, so. But anything else?
No, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
you bet.
Ralph, appreciate it.
bet.
Guess I need a motion to leave as is, approve the current plan.
So moved, Judge. Second.
Motion, motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. No questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you again, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all very much.
On point four, discuss, consider reappointment of commissioners to the Chambers County Emergency Service District Number 1, places 1, 3, and 4.
Motion for approval, Judge. They're all willing to serve and
Hang on, let me get that. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. They're all willing to serve, he said.
yes, sir.
Any questions on those appointments, reappointments? Hear none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 1.6, discuss, consider question. CASA Court appointed special advocates to enter into a service provider contract, Chambers County, in the amount of $10,000. I think we've
This is a year.
done this previously.
We have.
This year we did?
No, we didn't do it. I don't think we got requests for,
Yeah,
or like a Kingston or something.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was thinking we'd done it. Well,
we've done it in
Sure we
the past,
We've done it in.
but you know.
and
Green on-
actually, you know, I think they provide a wonderful service.
They do.
Matter of fact, I know they do. And honestly, Judge, I would like to recommend that we give them 15,000 instead of 10. I
That's the
think we
motion.
can afford it.
That's the
Yes,
motion.
sir, it is.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice.
Where these funds come from, Christian General Fund?
Is there any reason why it can't come out of health services?
Yeah, that's what I was.
We need to take a look at that.
Yeah, I don't, I can look, but.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, they provide $15,000 worth of services in Chambers County.
So there's no doubt about it. And they are very, very good organizations. All right, I got a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor?
Right.
Opposed, motion carried. BJ here? BJ, you out there? All right, 3.1, discuss, consider approving the application for utility construction submitted by Early Keys to Cross County easement through the Kilgore Regional Detention. Are we taking it? Aaron, would you get that other mic?
It's working now.
You got it, Lauren?
Got it working on it. Yeah, so this is over south of Kilgore Parkway. We do not own the fee. We only own that's where our ditch goes across. The property owned by Bill Wallace, and we do not own the fee, therefore. Not sure what we can charge them.
Personally, I don't think we have the right to even, and we let them cross our easement, but if there's any monies involved,
I don't think we can.
we can't do it.
No, I think we just give them the right to cross. They've submitted the right paperwork. They show them how deep they're going, what they're doing. They're not disturbing our concrete pipe underneath there. So I think we just approve their crossing.
Judge, I'll make a motion that we just approve them crossing our right of way.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. 3.2, discuss, consider request from Black Mountain Energy Storage for permission to survey, locate, and construct a proposed overhead transmission line easement across a portion of county-owned property.
Yeah, so this is what we call the enterprise ditch, and we do own this fee. So they're going to be going across it. And I think they want a 75-foot right away. I have to remember, I don't have a computer to do all this, but anyway. I think that we need to negotiate with them and see how much they're gonna pay us.
Where is this? Is this in
It's west of Hatcherville Road. It's a ditch that runs from, the property runs from Hatcherville Road all the way to Cedar Bayou.
Goodbye.
And north of 1942,
Okay, I know where it is
and
now.
as referred to as the Enterprise Ditch.
Okay, they gonna, this here just for the construction, Bobby, or is there gonna be a, working maintenance easement?
Well, they,
Treatment also?
y'all look, refresh me. I think they had asking for 75-foot right of way. Now, how wide they actually need,
Probably why.
it's awful wide, but they're putting in a power line.
Yeah.
Now, NRG has one through there that's 300 and some odd feet wide.
Okay.
And they're parallel, I'm sure they're paralleling it. If judge, we want to, have a commissioner or two, to work on the negotiations and shoot them with a cost and come back to the court, or what? How you gonna do that?
Yeah, yes, sir, I'm fine with that. Which two commissioners do you like to work with me?
I don't think any,
Precinct.
I don't think any of them like to work with me. That's fine.
I think Tommy just volunteered.
I think Tommy did a very good job with it.
Yeah.
He threw his hand up so quick. I didn't-
All right, see you on that.
A couple times this morning I volunteered. About that.
You want to table it and bring back this after you and Tommy negotiate?
Yeah, Tommy and I'll meet and see what we feel that, and main thing is I'd like to talk to them, see exactly just how much of that 75 they really need. And have it non-exclusive, because someone else, pipeline company come through and want to cross, and that's what we want. We want to make sure that if a pipeline comes and wants to lay in there, they still have to come to us for rights
Yes.
to cross.
Yeah, once you get a proposed agreement, you're gonna have to get our legal involved,
That's right.
and we'll get in from the start.
Just
All
take,
right, so with table 3.2, go to 3.3, discuss and consider accepting all bids for 2023 diesel, gasoline, oil, road construction materials and culvert. Like,
yes, sir. You have before you, I think you probably be highlighted, I think, going by memory, that you highlighted the low bid on each one of those. It's been our, we in the past, and I hope to do it this time, y'all accept all bids, and that way, if we have an agency or a vendor that cannot supply a certain material, we have somebody to fall back on.
Someone.
Yeah, I agree with that.
second by Mr. Gore, second by Mr. Tice.
Hey, Bobby,
Yes, sir.
how much was the increase? Did you?
Oh, Natalie, you know,
How much was the increase on a fuel cost?
Come on up, Ned.
I don't recall off the top of my head.
I'm just curious. I know it had to be quite a bit.
I'm
We
sure.
can certainly send you the documentation once we're back in the office, but off the top of my head, I don't recall.
No problem. I'm just curious. Thank you.
All right, got a motion second, any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. 3.4, discuss, consider approving Chambers County permitting and development handbook.
Judge, I'd like to take that into executive session, discuss it with an attorney. I've got some legal questions on it.
great.
Okay, so 3.4, we'll go to executive session.
We'll make sure whatever we do coming out of there, that it gets on the website.
Sam, you out there?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. All right, 5.1, discuss, consider accepting donation of 2020 Eldorado Advantage 2220 cutaway bus from the Senior Citizens Project of Chambers County. Sam, good morning.
Good morning. So as we've kind of been discussing for the past several months, the Chambers County Senior Citizens Project, which no longer exists, has agreed to transfer possession of the bus that we assisted in the purchase of last year. Like it says here, it is a 2020 model, but it only has like 16,000 miles on it. They barely used it at all. So the only thing that they are asking is that we pay for any transfer fees, tax title license transfer. Once we approve this today and sign the contract, get them a copy, we'll get the keys in hand.
Tommy got the bus.
So there's actually two items on this. The first is accepting that transfer, and then per George and his team's guidance, the second action will be designating it as surplus and then putting it in care of Commissioner Hammond's office. So that's why there's two items.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on 5.1.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-2. Discuss, consider designating 2020 Eldorado Advantage 2220 cutaway bus and surplus, transferring possession in Chambers County Commissioner Precinct 3.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Question?
No, I'd just like to make a comment though.
Go
This has been transportation has been a great deal. We are serving in our office alone over 120, 130 people right now. So I mean, it's continuing to grow. We pick up 4, 5, 6 new a week. And I mean, these buses and the transportation for these people is just life changing to them. I mean, if you ever take an opportunity to go to dialysis, I mean, everything that they go do, it's life changing to them. So I'm glad that they would do this. Good deal.
I think that that's only going to continue as well. Without a true public transportation system in Chambers County, as the population increases, we're going to see a greater need for this. So I'm not surprised that you guys are both seeing an increase in transportation. And I do, unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, I think that that's just going to continue to happen.
I've had discussions in the TPC about public transportation in Chambers County. There's some great possibilities, and it could work. I hope that y'all continue to look at that, and I think at least in more of the populated areas, we've got some pockets, in Anahuac and in Winnie and in Mont Bellevue area that could benefit from it today. So,
Absolutely.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I haven't seen Commissioner Gore's number on our side, but we continue every week to increase that number. So,
And there are opportunities for reclaiming some of those funds that we spend on transportation. That's something that we're working on through the Meals on Wheels program. To work with HGAC for transportation. The challenge is that you have to do a traditional intake with them. And that's, you've seen the packet, it's 17 pages long. So actually I've got a crew of Chambers County employees that are going to help us do about 20 intakes this afternoon, but it's something that we're going to work towards getting that reimbursement collected as well, so that it won't be just a solid expenditure.
Thank you.
thank you, Sam. Good.
Got a motion second. Any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sam. 5.3, discuss, consider approving quotes from Motorola Solutions in the amount of $18,040 for body cameras for constables paid by ARPA. Yeah.
So this was on the agenda back in October, and we pulled it because IT wanted to make sure that it was going to fit well with existing equipment. They've looked at it. It will fit. I sent you guys an email yesterday because the way that I did my agenda item was a little confusing, and I apologize for that. I just put that October memo in there. In my mind, it was so that you would see the historical kind of trajectory of it. I didn't think that about it being confusing for you guys. There was also a discrepancy because when I did that October agenda item, I put that it was about a $2,000 overage beyond what we'd expected. After that, I did get into it and look at it, and it's $800 over that ARPA line item. We've always looked at ARPA as a moving target and understood that numbers are going to fluctuate within there. So it's not a huge deal that it's $800 over. And I do know that all of our law enforcement have really needed body cameras over the past several months. There have been several incidents when we really needed to have them. So I think that this is a great thing.
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed?
Good job.
Motion
Thanks.
carries.
Thank you, Sam. 5.4, discuss, consider Department of Economic Development Grant Management Department update.
Commissioner Hammond asked that I do this today. I did email y'all packets yesterday, but I've got hard copies here that you guys are welcome to have, or anybody's welcome to have a copy of. We'll go through this pretty quick because I know we're kind of on a time crunch. So our department is responsible for a variety of tasks within the county. I kind of jokingly call us the Department of Odd Jobs. You guys are familiar with this. We're a small but mighty team. There are 4 full-time staff members, myself, Robbie King, Eva Martinez, and Monica Reed. You guys have really been a blessing to us and allowed us to have a permanent or a short-time, part-time person in Elizabeth Acosta, who has been stellar, and I really can't sing her praises enough. Elizabeth is leaving us at the end of the month, and we have selected a new team member who will be on next court for approval, Brittany Thyler. I got a real steal in her. She did AutoCAD work in the plants. and has just decided that she wants to be able to spend more time with her family and be closer to home. So she's taken a pretty big pay cut to come work with us, but she's excited, and I definitely am excited to have her with me. To kind of go over briefly what we do, economic development, which is our namesake, grant management, graphic arts, and special projects. Grants is kind of the thing that everybody thinks of when we talk. And with good reason. We manage $40 million in projects, Robbie and I alone. And there are quite a few projects. I want to say we're at 15 projects right now that she and I are splitting between the two of us.
We could post and hand them out to court, so we have to go back there, email.
Uh,
John, Sam.
I don't put page numbers on anything.
Well, you should.
I know, you always get on me.
I know.
I'm on the page that says grants and says yellow CDBG. This is the Hancomer wastewater treatment plant. It's a $3.7 million project that we've been working on since 2019. We will finally be done with it, probably March, and I cannot wait to be done with this project. It has been the bane of my existence since I started this job, and we have hit many a roadblock, especially due to COVID-19, but we are finally nearing the end of that. We've also got our Texas Water Development Board flood infrastructure funded countywide drainage plan study. That's a $6.2 million project that we're partnering with multiple other jurisdictions on. As far as information gathering goes, we're about 50% done with that. So we're going to roll into kind of project development and developing that final deliverable, which will be a countywide drainage plan study that looks at all of the water that flows to and through Chambers County. And the benefit of that, because I hear the comments a lot that we've been studied to death. And that's true, but the landscape of our county has changed incredibly rapidly over the last 10 years even. And the amount of impermeable surface throughout the county has increased. And so the landscape, even though we do studies periodically, is not what it was when the last studies were completed. So this is beneficial, but it also—
We've had smaller studies too.
There've
We
been-
never had one.
We've never had a true countywide study, no. But even those smaller studies are now outdated in a lot of capacities. But the other benefit is that when this study is done, they're going to give us a list of shovel-ready projects that are kind of preliminarily developed with cost estimates associated with them that will target our most severe drainage needs. And that's going to be really invaluable to us as we look at future funding opportunities, but also kind of develop our long-term spending plans as well. So I can't say enough good things about that project. We've got the TxDOT Transportation Alternatives Anahuac Sidewalk Project. It's a $1.6 million project that will construct about a mile of sidewalk along Miller Street here in the city of Anahuac and replace the existing pedestrian bridge that crosses the CLC&D Canal. If you've walked on that bridge, there are holes larger than the size of a foot, so it's very hazardous. It's a very high traffic area, especially for young people traversing to and from school. So we're excited to be working on this. TxDOT has not been particularly easy to work with on this particular project because they kind of concurrently decided that they were going to replace the vehicular bridge next to the pedestrian bridge that we've talked about. And so they've had some internal conversations that have held us up. There's not been a really great communication bridge there, but I do want to thank Natalie, who's sitting out here, because she's really helped us a lot with that. American Rescue Plan Act takes up a substantial amount of our time, even though it's $8.5 million. So it's not the largest grant that we're managing. There are a lot of projects underneath that, and I'll go into more depth about that in a second. We are working on a proposed Old River boat ramp with Commissioner Hammond. Again, COVID has really thrown us for a loop in that. The grant was supposed to open in spring of 2021 and did not, and it still has not opened yet. Robbie has been working with the Corps of Engineers to move through regulatory permits so far, those, so that when that grant opens, we're ready to rock and roll. We've also got the TxDOT ramp grants for Anahuac Airport and Winnie Airport. Those grants each total $100,000. So for a total of $200,000. Paige really does a great job on that. She pretty much handles all of it. And I just help with the kind of facilitation of documentation and paperwork. We've got the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, $5 million proposed Anahuac EMS station that we're working through. And then we've got the CDBG mitigation mod, which is $14.9 million. We're working through some site identification, project identification, and budgeting for that as well. We'll go into American Rescue Act here. I was hoping that I could get you guys the total expenditure so far, but with us being out at the Christmas party last week, we just weren't able to pull that together. As soon as I have that, I'll email it out. But this is broken out into the projects that we're working on, and all of these projects are active and actively being managed by Robbie and I. We've got the new cell at the landfill, communications Wi-Fi tower, solid waste building expansion, document preservation for the county clerk, sheriff's office, and JP1. We've got a small business nonprofit grant that we're hoping to roll out in February or March of next year. Those documents are about 80% ready to roll. You've got the body and in-car camera systems that we've already talked about this morning. Hancomer wastewater treatment plant received some funds from ARPA. We've got the airport road feasibility study, the extension office and youth project show / parks office, park storage building that are all rolling. I did also want to let the court know that we received another $100,000 allocation from ARPA. That's going to come in 2 tranches, which is pretty standard for the ARPA program. $50,000 should be in our account within the next couple of days, and the other 50 will be received in the spring. So again, that totals to $40,115,470.65 in active projects that Robbie and I are managing. I did also receive the contract yesterday. We were awarded the HMP Hazard Mitigation Plan grant to update that through GLO as well. So it's actually $40,215,470.65. So a lot of money that we manage. You know, I plug this anytime I go to any sort of conference. I really think that you guys have had the foresight to develop this office that we have in the county, the grant management office. I know that we've all seen the issue that's happening in Liberty County where their grant manager stole $30,000. We've all heard about Houston having to return $52 million. That doesn't happen in Chambers County. I'm going to toot my own horn here a little bit and say that there is a value associated with my department in that we're experts on grants, we're experts on state and federal law. And so we were unique, and I bring this up quite often, that several years ago, we submitted an application to the state for the CDBG mitigation application. And we were one of 2 communities in the state that received full credit for grant management capacity. So that just speaks to the quality of work that my office does and the foresight that you gentlemen have had in investing in this department. So it really does pay the county as a whole to have us. I'd also, just to point out for comparison's sake, this is a big number. This is not normal for counties across the state. The county, Taylor County has $20 million in grants that they have for their entire county. We have $40 million that 2 people manage. And that's not just my department. There are other departments that manage their grants alone, but we're doing a substantial amount of work and providing a really great value to the county.
We agree.
I do agree with that.
Thank you. So we are more than grant management though. And we do a lot of different things as well. I kind of touched on some of those and I'll go really fast. Film Friendly Texas is a program through the Governor's Office of Economic Development that is geared towards bringing film, commercial, video games, music videos, etc. production into our communities. The city of Anahuac, city of Mont Belvieu, and unincorporated areas of Chambers County are all certified. Robbie and I attended the Film Friendly Forum in spring of 2022. And we actually had a film crew come to the Anahuac area and film. It was for the super famous Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. But, you know, and we all kind of chuckle about that. We loved having them here. They were wonderful to work with. They spent a lot of money in the city of Anahuac with small businesses, property owners, etc. And Carlos that we worked with loved working with us so much that he's looked at us several times for other projects. So it's really putting a lot of money into our communities. Long term, we'd like to get our county certified as music friendly. That's a new program through the governor's office that we've been looking at pretty hard. I'm hoping to get that done next year. Talking about the hotel occupancy tax, Robbie had the opportunity to attend a hot fund training through the Texas Municipal League last month, which he said was super valuable. For reference, we administered a total of 5 hot fund grants that were just about $150,000 that we expended through that to local organizations. And she's working with the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association to ensure that all Chambers County hotels, motels, and Airbnbs are listed on the website because they're not currently. So we want to make sure that people understand that Chambers County is a great place to come and visit, and she's working really hard to make that happen. We also hosted our annual nonprofit development seminar. This is a very popular event. We limit participation so that we can really get in depth with these organizations. We covered social media and branding, using data for fundraising, board management, and diversity and inclusion. This event, like I said, is booked every year. We fill every single seat that we allow to come in. We partner with the Southeast Texas Nonprofit Development Center. What I found, and I'm sure that you guys can all agree, is because we're small and rural, there are only so many opportunities and services that we can provide for our citizens. And so we rely really heavily on our nonprofit organizations to fill those gaps. And prior to beginning this program in 2019, many of the nonprofit organizations in Chambers County had no opportunities for formal learning and development. And so they were a lot of really great people with wonderful hearts kind of going at this blindly. And so we've been able to step in and fill that gap and provide them with some skills to help them be successful. We've also been managing the Senior Citizens Project since September, end of September. It has really been a roller coaster ride, as we're all aware. We've all been on this together. We have, like I said, this afternoon, we're going to do intakes on about 20 seniors. What we found was that most of the seniors on the program were due for intakes as soon as we took over. So again, that's a 17-page packet that we have to do individually with every single person to make sure that they still qualify. This is a 40-hour week that Robbie, myself, and Elizabeth are pretty much splitting. So we've got a lot on our plates. And I thank you for having grace with me, as I know I've forgotten things for each of you that you've all asked me to do. So thank you for having grace with me. We have been able to enroll an additional person. And we have, I think, 15 between Lana and Robbie on a wait list to get added to the program. That does not represent the need by any means. There's a much greater need that we'd like to continue to have availability for. I've also been serving on the HGAC Local Development Corporation as a director, alternate voting member, and member of the Certified Development and Financial Institution Advisory Board. I attend meetings monthly where we review SBA applications for the region, the HGAC region. It's been a very, very informative experience that has guided a lot of our grant applications. So I'm really lucky that you guys have allowed me to do that. And it's really opened my eyes to a lot of the opportunities for our local small businesses as well. And then special projects, which I jokingly say is everything else that anybody else needs help with. And so we coordinated quite a few events for the judge and other departments, including the hurricane conference, some different ceremonies, and the employee safety meeting. We're gearing up for Chambers County Day at Austin, which is a big event. And then we have also served in advisory capacity for multiple departments and emergent needs. This year, we started the Learn, Lead, Grow internal development leadership development program. We had 10 people attend. I was very proud to see that we had quite a few department heads in there. Everybody said that they would recommend it to other people. I really enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed getting to know other people. It's something that I definitely like to continue and perhaps even expand to more in-depth lessons as well. And then we'll go into upcoming programs and projects. So in January, we're going to host a headshot day for county employees. Ryan's going to take the pictures for me, and then also outside organizations. We'll be starting that small business and nonprofit grant, hopefully February, March 2023. We've got Chambers County Day in February 2023. We are working on developing a very low income emergent home repair and utility grant for spring 2023 to use those SEF funds on. And then we hope to bring back our Chambers County Economic Development Summit that we did in 2019, but haven't been able to do due to COVID and other things. So a couple accomplishments. I was very honored that Patty asked me to speak about ARPA at the Texas District and County Clerks Association of Texas Fall Education event. That was a great opportunity to share my knowledge with people throughout the state. Eva's currently enrolled in Leadership Southeast Texas, and she's really enjoying that class. And then Robbie and Monica will complete the Community Development Institute in March and test for their professional community and economic development certification, which I got mine last November. So I know it's a lot of information, but we do a lot. And I know I talked fast, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, it's good you talk fast, because you're right, a lot of info.
I know. I live in it.
And it's,
It is a lot of info.
yeah, we appreciate what you do, Sam.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go down to
PJ's
10.
here if you need him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get right to it. Let's go down to 10.1. get EMS out here and go back to work. 10.1, discuss and consider purchasing 4 power load XT stretchers from Stryker in the amount of $99,606.08. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, y'all. I try to do
How
my
you doing,
best.
man?
Ron's out, so
Can you talk as fast as I am?
maybe. So we decided not to put the stretchers with the new trucks when purchasing new trucks. Number one, because they add price on and you buy from the manufacturer of the truck and not from Stryker themselves, and you won't be able to trade in the stretchers either. So our stretchers right now, we have 2 that are one from 2012, one from 2014, 3 from 2015, and the rest of them are 2018, 2020. The life expectancy is about 7 to 10 years on a stretcher. Once they hit 7 years, it's hard to get the service company to even service them or come out and fix them. You're gonna have to buy parts, usually online, stuff like that. It becomes a safety issue for the medics and for the patients that ride in the truck. So we're requesting to replace, we're gonna trade in 4 of the older stretchers and requesting to replace them with brand new ones.
I had no idea they were that expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir, they're pretty expensive.
Yeah, I spoke with Ron about this here, and this is actually funds that y'all have available to do this year from your budget.
Right.
So I mean, I thought it was a good idea to go ahead. and
Comes out of our,
purchase
we're
it.
asking for it out of our capital money.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Question? All in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, BJ.
Judge. Don't want to save him BJ a little bit of trouble.
Okay.
I'm going to recommend that we table 5.5, 5.7, 5.8, and 5.9 until we've had our afternoon meeting with CCID number 3, and we have a resolution and an agreement in place for the industrial patrol.
All right, so your request to table 5.5, 5.7, 5.8, 5.9.
Yes, sir. Now, we got a meeting this afternoon at 2. If we're still in court, we can reconvene afterwards.
Well, we probably will be, so.
Okay.
Okay. And BJ, that leaves 5, 6.
Well, that's easy. So the,
And
I don't have
also,
the
keep
agenda in
it-
front of me.
also on 5.6, we'll recommend that we table it until which time that they are in compliance with our road and bridge, our permitting requirements. They're currently started a project without a permit. And I told Frank last week and Hans that today was contingent upon them getting that in compliance. And also, we have an MOU with them that their trucks will use 99. Yesterday, I saw 4 trucks inside of about 15 minutes on 146. So hopefully we can get that resolved by the next court.
Okay, so you're requesting the table all of these items.
Yes.
And possibly bring all of them except one back after.
After a meeting at 2.
Okay, so BJ, if you don't want to stick around, we can get you, if we go back in after 12 o'clock.
All right, very good. So I just want to make sure I don't have an agenda in front of me. So that includes the IAH Transload LLC application as well?
Everything's in CCID number 3 or number 1. I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. That's what I was confused about. Okay.
Yeah, every item on your agenda, is taken for the moment.
Okay. Well, I'll make myself available. I can either do it virtually or just come back.
Okay, BJ, I looked for you a while ago. I couldn't find you.
Yes,
Sorry.
no problem.
And check with Lauren, like right after lunch and see where we are and
Very good.
we'll bring them back today or bring them back in the future maybe. I mean, is there anything on here that needs to be done today?
Well, there was a request for reinvestment zone consideration for Project Coneflower, which is not in CCID number 3.
Oh, it's not?
Coneflower is a project that's.
My apologies.
Well, let's go ahead
Let's
and
do it.
5.8, discuss, consider Coneflower Storage Project LLC reinvestment zone application. PJ.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, you may recall that Project Coneflower Storage Project LLC presented an application for a tax abatement back in November. Terms for that tax abatement were agreed to at the last court. What is envisioned is the development of a battery energy storage system facility on Hatcherville Road.
approximate capital investment, a qualified capital investment of about $105 million. They're requesting a public hearing to be conducted on 27th of December to establish reinvestment zone for that project. That's before the court today is requested to conduct a public hearing on the 27th of December.
The next court.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
First by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Combs. Question?
BJ, was that 105 million, was that for that one site or was that for the three,
That one side,
that one site?
that one side.
Okay.
It's
And they're looking,
136 million CapEx, but 105 hard dollar.
right, and they're looking at 2 more sites.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, other questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Anything else, BJ? You want to discuss at this time?
No, it's standard. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Okay.
So CCLP, Cameron County Logistics Terminal table, right?
Yep.
All right.
I think Natalie, you're working with them on permit. Is she still here? You want to give us an update on the permitting on that, can you?
On which one?
This is 5.6.
5.6, discuss
Yep.
consider Chambers County Logistics Terminal LP Chapter 31 Economic Development Proposal.
So yes, we actually had a meeting this morning and that's why I was running a little late. Basically, they were under the impression since they had credits that they could start building, relying on those credits and then eventually come back and expand the detention pond. I had to clarify that, you know, they did spend a lot of money doing their modeling, which basically just gives us an overview on how the site will eventually drain once the credits are applied and all that, but we still need to see the construction plans that basically go in detail on how they're going to construct that site in order to perform the same way that it was originally modeled. So they seem to understand that now. Moving forward, all building permits that are coming in through our office are going to be coming in as a packet, including the expansion of the detention pond. And that's what they're going to be moving forward doing. So they have a couple of revisions to do on both the detention pond and building 9.
So you think we can be permitted within the next 2 weeks, our next court?
That's up to their engineers.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks, sir.
That
ma'am.
be good to answer those questions. Depends on me or, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. All right, BJ, anything else?
That's it. I'm at the court's disposal. Just let me know. I can best.
Okay,
Back.
will do.
Very good.
All right, Kirk,
Thank you, BJ.
Thanks.
Kirk, you out there? Parks and Rec 6.1, discuss consider using Greenscape 6 for maintenance on 12 baseball fields, amount of $198,400. Kirk.
Hey, this is a local company here in Chambers County. That actually does that is what part of their business is taking care of ball fields. So I'm asking to use them to take care of our 3 new complexes. With the understanding that Winnie probably will not be complete till later in 2023. We adjusted my contractual budget for this purchase.
And just to remind, it's HGAC buy board.
Yes,
Sure
they
you
are my
remind them.
board
Yes,
company.
thank you.
And this annual fees?
Yes, this would include mowing of the fields 44 times, dragging of the infields 44 times a year, 2 different types of variation, pesticide and herbicide, and basically cleaning up of after maintenance of all the ball fields.
Again, I spoke with Kurt this morning and I spoke with Mike Leslie as well. And I think I mentioned it to you, Judge. I'm getting Mike to get me a cost estimate on putting grass on the infields. No irrigation, just grass on the infields of the complexes, and that may change the pricing a little bit.
A little bit.
I want to go ahead and get that done on the infield and then before the complex is completed. Then we'll come back and we'll look at doing that on Anahuac and the west side complex as well, if we don't go with turf.
Yeah, I think we're looking both options.
Yeah.
Figure out how we do something going
I
forward.
think we do, but I'd like to go ahead and move forward with Winnie, go ahead and get the grass and doing that, so that'll change the estimate a little bit, but I mean. Besides that, I'm good with it, I'm making a motion to approve it, Judge.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Kurt, does that include lining the fields, put down or? like
So that's gonna be, that's gonna be up to the leagues. This is gonna be strictly.
Pass that microphone back.
Yes, sir.
Michael, just question again.
Does that include the lining of the fields, the prep?
Now, this will not include any game ready type. This is just gonna be mowing, the dragging of the infields. And of course, all the aeration spray, basically just getting everything ready for the league to come in and chalk the fields themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, what about the granular stuff on the infield, stuff like that, are they gonna be adding if we need more? Or is that gonna fall back on us?
I believe there was some maintenance on the infields is included as needed.
And the additional pricing is to the same company. We're still gonna use that co-op to do the either grass or turf or get pricing from them.
Correct.
Okay.
Or I would think so, if not the ones that installed it initially.
Okay,
But this is what they do. I think they actually take care of the Houston Astros practice fields.
yeah, and like I say, they're HGAC, so that's good. So if we
Yeah,
go
they're
without
not being
them, we need to
co-op.
make sure we got a co-op or we got a pricing. Okay,
Alright, it's 10:30, 10:29.
Okay.
If you got other questions, we'll table it, come back, but
Let's table, I mean,
but if-
we don't need to table, I mean.
if not, if you're ready to vote on it,
We already got it.
I got a motion and a second. We can vote on it, or we can come back if you got more questions.
No, I just want to make one more comment, real quick, and then we can vote on it. Judge. I mean, and I think Kirk knows this here, I'm working with MOU, with Anorak League, Winnie League, for the leagues to work on the fields and work with us, so you'll be getting a copy of that MOU. with the
Okay.
league. Okay.
Right, got a motion and second, those in favor? Opposed, motion carried, it's 10:30, I'm going out for the Grave Angels, let's say 15 minutes, we'll come back soon as we can. So. Fine, Commissioners Court come to order after recess, 11:34 a.m. Great tree of angels today. Cheryl did a wonderful job. Ashley County would say, you know, good things about her presentation in it. All right, let's go back to page 1. 1.3, discuss consider appointment to fill the vacancy of the Chambers County Tax Assessor Collector. January 31st, 2023. Just want to get this out there. I thought Ms. Sutter was going to be here today, but apparently something came up, she couldn't. But she has told me that she's retiring effective January 31st, 2023. She's recommended her chief deputy be appointed. I told her I didn't know what the court would want to do, but probably chances were we would want to post a job and take applications, and she would be welcome to apply for it.
That'd be my motion, Judge, that we go ahead and post the job and accept applications, and we need to.
Wait, you don't.
Look, this is all part of the motion.
Okay,
We need to set a time with that we cut off to accept them and then interview them. Part of the motion, don't you think?
Sound like a discussion.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, my motion is to post the job, then we'll.
Okay, yeah.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Yeah, we'll post it and give a period to cut it off, give us time to review and interview
Okay,
next month.
okay, so second weekend of January cutoff, and then a week of interview. When's our last court in January?
We have to look at it, but I'll figure those dates out. We'll get it set where you have to apply and we have plenty of time.
Okay.
To review.
So 2 or 3 weeks to accept application and then
A week to interview and then appoint for last court in January.
January. Perfect. Then look clean.
So what do you do during the month of January? You don't have an active,
Should
No,
be
she's
here.
there January.
oh, she's on January 31st.
Yeah.
Okay, is Chelsea available to? Because I'm sure, I mean, they don't have to be certified to get appointed. I mean, can we go over that?
No, I don't think we need to at this point.
Okay.
I think we just need to post job, then we'll get all the details and actually, Chelsea visits with TAC. I was visiting with Jim Allison and another, I haven't mentioned it to you. So.
Okay.
All right, we got a motion in a second. Any other questions or comments? I would like to say thanks to Ms. Sutter for 35 years of service to the county.
Almost
Yeah.
definitely.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 7.2, discuss and consider approving coastal air balance to provide test and balance for the West Side Community Building, the amount of $7,380. Mike, are you taking it?
I guess I will.
That for the manhood?
Say again?
No. The process, manpower instrumentation tools perform the test balance on the above mentioned project. Assisting with commissioning, not including the process of work performed during normal working hours. Anyway, go ahead, Mike.
We have a relationship with Coastal. They did the Winnie Library. Based on square footage, it's a good price.
So exactly what are they gonna do?
That's right.
So I'm not a mechanical expert, but basically make sure you're getting the right temperature and conditioned air where you need it.
Just like say balance air.
I mean, basically, yes.
Just curious, it's a part of the project and they're installing the HVAC. Shouldn't that be a part of
No,
what we paid
it's
for?
written in the spec. It's the owner's responsibility. If
It
we
is
want to
spec.
change, if we want to change it going forward, we can change it going
It's
forward.
not in specs.
But I need air and balance done.
Why would we not require, and I'm just asking, why would we not require the people that put the AC in to make sure their unit is performing?
Because you want an outside entity to checking them. It's a cross check.
this is almost, this reminds me of us paying someone to do a job and then paying them more to make sure it's right.
I've had this discussion with Mike.
It just blows my mind.
It rubs me all the way.
It does me too.
But he said he said if the contractor does it, they're gonna charge us this amount anyway to do it. So he said it's just not in the contractor's price. And he goes, and this is an independent check to ensure that all of airflow balance and all the rooms are getting the right temperature, blah, blah, blah.
So you put in the specs that they do this, and you
Right.
charge for it upfront, or you let it independent.
No, it's in the spec that it's the owner's responsibility.
I know, but if you put it in the specs, then they do it. If not, then you do it.
What you saying, we're gonna pay for it either way.
You're gonna pay for it either
For
way.
them. Not that I agree with that by any means.
I don't agree with it, but
But if it's that spec that way, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs. Second by Commissioner Tice.
That's the reason we hire inspectors and testing companies on roads too.
Yeah, but this is to actually adjust it. It's not really to inspect it. It's
Adjust. All right, got a motion in a second. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7.1. Put that up. Kyle. Discuss. Yeah, okay. Well, we got it here.
we just real small.
Can you get it up or you want it to work on it? We'll go down to, consent, first thing one. Give me got anything on consent? First thing two,
I'm good.
3,
Nothing, Judge.
4.
Unanimous.
Man, those, I need a motion. Motion by Commissioner Ty, second by Commissioner Gore, those in favor. Opposed, motion carried. I think that's first. Personnel 18.1, discuss and consider reinstating years of service and vacation worldwide. His request, as you may know, previously for the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. October 2017 through July 2020, currently employed Road and Bridge Department. Like to submit a request for any time or service and vacation. Be picked up and transferred to my current employment.
Seems like we've been doing this in the past with employees that come back.
What about just service, is vacation both, Judge?
everything, yeah.
So I'll make a motion to do it.
Yeah, I'll second
Look back at Mr. Collins, second back at Mr. Ty's question.
Do we have set guidelines on what that time frame is?
No, we
So
don't.
it's just-
I think it's something we really need to.
It's not a policy to do it, it's.
Case by case.
Yeah, case by case.
But there should be a specific time frame.
Yeah, we need to work with.
Regardless.
Well,
Chelsea or something.
my thinking is, if we don't have, in the absence of having that, if we give it to one, we need to give it to it.
Right. Exactly.
What
We
happens?
need to get a time frame.
What happens, someone works for DPS, they come to work for the Sheriff's Department, somebody works for the state of Texas, comes to work for the Sheriff's Department. How does that, it's the same situation.
Only ones we've ever considered and approved is county, work for the county and come back to county. Oh,
I know under the retirement system, I think, I know I have a nephew that's.
Chief, will you shut the door, please? Make sure, pull that door, oh, it's shut, okay.
It is shut.
Will you shoot somebody? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I did, that's all the question. Just to how that works.
Well, if it's the same retirement system, picks it up. It's DCDRS.
Yeah, but not vacation.
No. Okay. All right, I got a motion and a second. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries, and we'll give it to Chelsea. Start working on policy. I think we covered
16.1.
everything except for, which one?
16.1.
Oh, yeah. Discuss, consider county historical commission appointments for 23-24.
The recommendation.
I'll move for approval, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You get it up, Tom?
It's on the web.
Okay. All right, we're going to
Call ID.
7.1, consider update on Justice Center project. Commissioner Allen. You should have one of these, Bill.
Yeah. And Judge, I know we're gonna discuss some stuff out here, but I spoke with Commissioner Hammond and everything, all of us want to take this to executive session.
Consultation with attorney.
Yes, for consultation with attorneys.
All right, Commissioner Hammond, whenever you're ready.
Which one are you?
Right, so just a little recap on some of the work we've been doing on Justice Center. July of 22, we come up with a schematic design submittal. Had around 260,000 square feet, which included law enforcement center, the jail, the courthouse, which was at a cost of about $214 million and some change. So we've had a couple reduction sessions. The jail sheriff's office has worked on reducing the law enforcement center. The jail has pretty much remained constant throughout this process, which puts us at around 336 beds in the jail. We really didn't have the opportunity to change that number, so that's the number that we have to stay with. So myself and some.
Can I just
Yes, sir, come on up.
Carl Griffith, the jail, just so y'all know, we
Is that
are
on?
gonna,
Tap on it? Okay.
the jail in a way is gonna change. I know the jail, the sheriff and I and jail director worked on that, and we are changing the bed layout, which I think the reduction in that was probably $4.5 or $5 million. We're going to seek a waiver so that we can go from 1 to 48 to 1 to 72, but we'll have a rover that, anyway, it's some technical jail stuff, but I think it reduced it about $5 million in that jail part of it.
But the number of beds would be.
The number of beds has remained the same, but there was a significant reduction in what we did there, and also the downstairs area in the courthouse. We removed all that, and Commissioner, I'm sure, has got a better number on that, but we did take that out. That would have required not only a big expense, but also a lot of staffing.
Just stay up there in case there's questions. You don't mind.
Sir,
Just stay there in case we need you.
I'm sorry.
Just stay there in case we need you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, so we went through a couple reduction sessions in October. The sheriff did their part and we did our part, so. Got the number down some. We still wasn't happy with it. We come back in November, did some more reduction sessions. So currently where we're at right now, we're at right at 200,000 square feet. So we reduced that square footage number significantly. And we've gotten a cost down to about 134 million, which includes contingency, soft costs, which furniture and equipment, A&E, civil, construction management, testing, all that. So we try to make sure that we had everything included in that project where we had a good final number, and that number wasn't going to change a whole lot. So as it stands today, we're at about 135 million. So I've talked to the sheriff. He doesn't really see any more opportunity to reduce his area, and talking to our committee that what we've been working on with mainly the Justice Center. We don't really see much more opportunity there to cut anything. So other than outside of value engineering, some of this work that's being done, I think this is about where we're going to be at. So.
Good job on cutting those down.
No, effort put into it.
Been a process.
I got a
Wayne.
question about the financing of it, as I heard the other day, that if we go for P3, we cannot do it on the INS, it has to come out of M&O. What does that mean?
That's
No,
fair.
That's for,
It would have to be out of M&O.
Yeah, so we look at those options. You do a P3, show us how we can fund it out of M&O, maintenance and operation, for those that don't know what M&O is. Or, we may end up on a bond if we can't figure out how P3 we can do it through P3 and make it work. So,
Yeah, it makes a major difference.
yeah. It will.
That would be my it would be my recommendation as well. I think you've got to look at both of those, and I know the sheriff is willing to move forward with the bonds if the court decides they want to move that way, and be very supportive of those, because this is something he feels very strongly about. And it's the state's on us hard about our jail. We've got to do something about that.
I
So
don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind, we gotta do about it. But I'm rather surprised, because we've had this discussion before, and we were told it'd come out of the INS side.
yeah, from our talks with our bond counsel, it wouldn't get qualified, it wouldn't qualify under INS. It would
Because
have
it's
to-
a lease.
Yes, it would have to go through. And this morning I did send out what a bond would look like on our INS.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it. I mean, what are we looking at?
Well, if you do a bond, it's a 30-year bond.
You sent that email this morning?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. And that would be about a less than 4% increase on our INS rate.
That's with 2% increase in values. Is that what you told me?
Yes.
Well, if it's on the M&O, it's gonna be an increase too.
Yeah, well, if you get the M&O, if you're looking at a big chunk of payment, you're gonna run into that 3% rollback rate.
And you're gonna have natural increases on your M&O side that you have to have. That you're not gonna be able to do if you funded it all through.
I'm not a mathematical whiz, but I think it's a no-brainer. You can't do the M&O side. I just.
Well, not agree, but like I said, we've done these, going out for P3s, we'll let them show us how they feel like they can fund this on a P3 side. If they can't, then we move forward.
So kind of looked at the bond, it'd be less than 4 cents, so doesn't create a tax increase. And the most positive thing out of all that bond deal is that it goes out to the voters, and the voters get to approve it.
No, it would be a 4-cent tax increase.
Yeah.
Well, that's very conservative values. I think 2% increase, we had a 20% increase this year.
Yes, sir.
So that's, that's our financial folks that are, but you dropped a nickel next year, so actually if you raise it 4 cents, you're still under a penny.
Yeah.
So.
I might remind the court that we also got some roads that we've got to fund too.
Yeah, but I think the most critical thing we have right now is to get jail.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying there's a bunch of needs out there,
No, there is.
and we're in a good shape from a county standpoint because, we've got a very strong tax base. But we've got some needs that we got to do too.
we have gone to, the sheriff has taken bunk beds and had them welded. Y'all may have approved that item, but that because we're overcrowded, and the jail commission has allowed that to get them off the boat beds, but we're not going to be able to do this very long. They're going to come down on the county. I mean, I've been talking to the director now for months about it, and he's just waiting. He said, we need to get this thing done. And I'm talking about the temporary for right now, and show that we're taking steps to get the jail built. We've got 3 years to do that with them allowing the temporary. So we've got 3 years to get in the jail. They're gonna put a cap on us, and we're gonna have to ship people out. And the only beds I know available right now are in Louisiana, which is,
That would be horrible.
it'll be a hard deal, and you'll have a bunch of transportation costs for moving those people.
So from HOK standpoint, we're at the jail facility is about 25% design development. So because the scope on that jail really hasn't changed a whole lot. Courthouse and law enforcement center, we actually regressed there some, we're at about 90% schematic design. Just because the excessive amount of reduction that we've made, so. They're working on getting that finished up.
That it, John? Any questions?
Questions? Good. I appreciate the help. Dan.
Yes, sir.
Very recommend. Thank you, Carl. Helping us reduce those costs. All right, anything else on?
No, that was it.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Sir, thank you.
And that we will take that back to executive session. Lauren, you there?
Go freeze it for it.
All right, I think we covered it all except the executive session items. So we'll go back to executive session 11:55 a.m. DJ, you didn't want to go back to those other items currently?
You can, or after the executive session, whatever is your preference.
Well, I know you mentioned that some of these are applications that you want to go and get approved
Or at least accept it, yes.
or accepted. All right, so which ones do we need to discuss?
Take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay, the item 5.5, the Semica Semiconductor Materials Texas 381 proposal.
Mhm.
The court accepted the proposal back in November, and what you have before you are recommendations based upon the work that we've been doing in support of this project since we, the foundation, during Semica's due diligence. This is a competitive project. The competing site, a finalist site that's been selected for consideration is the Cedarport Industrial Park. So $250 million capital expenditure, approximately 50 jobs, pays consistent with that of the petrochemical industry. What you have in the memo from the foundation is an overview of the economic impact of the project, and then a model that illustrates the recommended tax abatement for this project. Based upon some of the concerns that Commissioner Combs mentioned earlier, if in fact the court would have some consideration with respect to accepting or approving this contingent upon or subject to addressing some of those issues that Commissioner Combs brought up, and of course, going to have some consideration for CCID number one, namely the sheriff's deputies issues and what other unresolved issues there are. So what's being presented to the court for consideration is to accept and approve the proposed terms subject to, so that Semica can move forward with their due diligence and consideration.
So are we approving the tax abatement or
The terms, yes.
The terms, okay.
Right. It's 10 years and 60%. Again, this is all part, this dates back to February of this year and our work in support of the joint venture between the two entities.
Not having kind of inventory,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
inventory?
No, it's a chemical project, and so there's no way to stipulate any known inventory, if you will. However, I think in the recommendation, there is a model that illustrates the economic impact of the project, both in the ad valorem tax for the county and then the school equalization tax as requested by the court. Over the 10-year period, this is based upon $130 million of hard costs that are available over the 10-year period. The 40% would represent $2.2 million of revenue to the county, and then also $313,000 to the school equalization tax fund.
Thank you, sir. Looking for a motion, Judge, or?
Sure. Unless Commissioner Combs still wants to table it, we agree to.
I want to get that agreement in place.
Understand. So is it beyond the court's consideration with respect to approving these terms so that they can
Approve terms,
Subject to-
contingent on, subject on the.
Agreement?
We can do that.
Do it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I like that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 5.6.
Same conditions, Judge and Commissioners, this proposal was presented by Chambers County Logistics Terminal back in September for consideration. They are contemplating building number 9. And as noted there, it's a $42 million project. There were some outlying issues associated with building number 3 that are going to be recommended to be reconciled under this one particular agreement. If you recall, KTN/CCLT went through a number of changes, if you will, that impacted the court, the appraisal district, and CCLT related to a lawsuit that was settled back in 2016. Subsequent to that, there were some issues associated with how CCAD was identifying their buildings. The nomenclature was confusing, so there were some mixed up evaluations that took some time to be reconciled, and all that was collapsed into one amendment back in 2020. One of the buildings that was going to be assumed to be part of that reconciliation was building 3, and that it was never included. So what's contemplated in this proposal that you have before you is for the court's consideration contingent upon CCLT meeting all the requirements associated with an MOU associated with Kilgore Road and the public safety officer contract that is intended to be applicable to CCID 1, CCID 2, and then KTN as well. So what you have before you is the proposal and then a draft agreement that contemplates abating taxes for building number 9, but also allowing for the inclusion of building number 3 under the nomenclature that was used in the reconciliation. During the reconciliation in 2020, all the buildings that were, that were collapsed into this amendment were collapsed under phases 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so what is being proposed is a reconciliation to include building number 3 and building 9 as phase 6, and to continue to use that same nomenclature if and when CCLT presents proposals for tax abatement for consideration going forward. So it's a long document, but the 381 agreement is an elegant way to take care of that. And recitals address the timelines that are associated with what I just explained. So on page 2 of the draft agreement, the first recital notes that the county and CCLT want to enter into this 381 agreement to grant tax abatement for phase 6, but also to provide for the enhanced public safety issues associated with Kilgore Road, the Kilgore Road MOU, and the sheriff's deputies. And so the second recital talks about that property tax or county property tax abatement would be contingent on full execution and full compliance with that certain agreement for law enforcement services that is yet to be drafted. And they're still trying to work these issues out with CCID number 1 to use it as a template for other agreements going forward. The third recital addresses the compliance issues that Commissioner Combs alluded to earlier with respect to trucks on the road and the like. And so again, the abatement would be contingent upon full compliance of that certain MOU that was entered into and executed between CCLT and the county earlier this year. And so all those elements are captured there. There's also a covenant that addresses compliance associated with that. And so one of the important issues here as part of this reconciliation is that given that the building 3, which should have been part of the phase 6 under the initial consideration or conciliation, was not included, CCLT will be paying the taxes for years 2020, 2021, and 2022. And they've entered into previous agreements that allowed for pilots for the first 2 years of the agreement. So what's noted here in the Chapter 381 payment under description or definition for building 3 illustrates them essentially paying the taxes that are due for tax years 21 through 2022. And then the county, I guess, truing that up through the abatement schedule that's noted in that first paragraph for years 2023, 2024, and 2025. For building 9, it's fairly straightforward. What they've requested for considerations and discussions, both with Commissioner Combs and others trying to reconcile this, is that for year 2024, there's going to be a pilot of $55,000 as the other buildings that and agreements that we entered into. And then for tax year 2025, there would be a payment of $73,000 for that year. And then the subsequent years, 2026 through 2029, there's a true up 40% and then subsequently 50% for the last 5 years of the agreement. Essentially, that's the crux of the consideration that being presented for the court's approval. Moving forward, the conditions, the concerns that Commissioner Combs brought up, and then the engineering issues associated with drainage. I did speak to Frank Fingerhoots yesterday, I guess it was prior to their discussion with the county engineering today, that this assumption with respect to credits in the sub-regional drainage really were conflated, and then yet need to be addressed. And so all the elements that Commissioner Combs brought up that need to be addressed ought to be addressed. But if in fact the court wants to consider moving forward with conditioning the approval of this based upon the CCLT complying with all these requests, that is what's being presented to the court today. Long explanation, but I think it's a cogent way to take care of this. And then going forward, the county is addressing a larger issue for KTN, CCID number 1, or Cedar Fort and the like. This idea of more comprehensive development agreements so as to allow for some efficiencies instead of actually having to go through these on a case-by-case basis and negotiating them to reconcile a lot of agreements that are currently in place.
Well said.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff we've worked with, and Commissioner Hammond's actually came on board and been working with me. The curve that's in here for today, I have verbally agreed to these terms and everything, but they have started construction without a permit. And I, for one, am not going to accept an application for a tax abatement from a company that is building a building and didn't pull a permit. It's just not right. They get that in order, I'm all on board. But for now, I personally, I want to.
And you're referring to 5.7.
I'm referring to 5.5.
5.6, okay,
5.6, yeah.
5.6, yeah.
Chambers County Logistics Terminal.
Like I heard Natalie this morning, they're pretty close to getting everything worked out to get the permit and pay whatever they have to pay.
They still have revisions that they have to go through. I know one element that would be.
Would you come up, Natalie, please?
So one element that was being discussed was the sloped interceptors, and that's something that we really needed in place for erosion control. Originally, the argument was, well, the detention pond has been in place for 10 years and it's worked just fine. But we've noticed, with some of the change orders that we've approved under our system itself, there are serious erosion control issues out there. So we really do need the slope interceptors to be installed, and they seem to understand. So they are going to move forward making that correction, but it's just dependent on how fast their engineers can make all those needed corrections in order for the project to be approvable.
Have they stopped construction?
I drove out there yesterday. It appeared that they're possibly still continuing construction, but I'd hate to, I'm not too sure. But there's still equipment out there. And it's my understanding it takes them about a year to get the building out there constructed. That's why they were hoping that the credits would, I guess, suffice for the meantime while they could get the building up, and then in the 5-month time frame, go ahead and expand the detention pond. But unfortunately, it's not that simple. We still need to see the documentation to make sure that the credits, since they're all the way over here, and the site that would benefit from it would be for that side only. And then the building here drains into the detention pond and then gets into the system. So you'd have to temporarily make the drainage work to where you're either putting a restrictor so it's outflowing at the same rate as the portion of the credits would. That way you're not causing issues downstream. There could be some overtopping if it's not oversized, and there's just a lot to look into.
My point is, they're doing everything right. They did a complete drainage plan for the whole plant, but they still have to go through the permitting process.
So you want to make a motion to table it?
I do want to make a motion. Yes,
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Tice, table 5.6. You have questions?
This doesn't have any effect on PGS.
No, this is KTM.
The chair.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of confusing, I know. BJ's the only one that understands.
But we're here to help navigate, Judge.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.7, discuss, consider IAH Transload LLC tax abatement application.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. This is an application that's being presented by a subsidiary or affiliate organization of Siva Logistics. You may recall that the court approved a tax abatement for Siva Logistics some time ago in the Ameriport Industrial Park that they did not move forward with. This is a different division. Siva is a subsidiary organization of CMA. What is being contemplated in Cedarport is the construction of a 175,000 square foot facility. That capital investment is about $30 million. Job creation could be upwards of 350 jobs. Siva Logistics obviously is a premier player in the logistics space. What they're requesting consideration is a 10-year tax abatement. And they anticipate, as covered in their cover letter, 100 new full-time jobs at startup and then 250 additional jobs over the additional 3 years. Their investment does include an interesting component of robotics and automation that would be unique to the county. It'd be the first to implement the use of these. There's a recent article in the Wall Street Journal that spoke to Siva's use of automation. So the application is presented today for acceptance. Obviously, this is in the CCID 1 TGS Cedarport, so it would be contingent upon further review based upon the resolving the issues that have been presented for the court today. So what is being presented for the court today is simply to accept the application to start the review process.
I thought we had already accepted this before.
This is 2 years ago. This was Siva in the Ameriport. Same company,
Okay.
different project.
Entertain a motion to accept the application.
I'm reluctantly, but I'll make a motion, we accept it, and the terms will be subject to finalizing the agreement with CCID #1 for industrial petrol.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions?
So this is just consideration.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see any. Right.
Okay,
350
so
jobs, that's major.
It is. The logistics jobs that the court has considered here recently this year, including NHI and this one, could represent well over 1,000 jobs in the logistics sector.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.8, we
Already done.
voted it. 5.9. Discuss and consider Fulcrum Bioenergy Incorporated, Chapter 31 Economic Development Proposal.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. As you're aware, Fulcrum's 381 proposal was due for a final determination in November or November 9th. And then on the 8th of November, the court took action to extend final approval of the 381 proposal so that the issues that have yet to be resolved, the negotiation of the LOI between TGS and Fulcrum could be addressed. As has been previously expressed, there's a Chapter 313 value limitation agreement waiting to be executed for this project. The Barboursville ISD has approved the 313 value limitation. The city of Baytown has approved a 25-year tax abatement under Chapter 212 for consideration. This is a new framework that the city of Baytown has been using for large capital projects. Just to remind the court, this is at least $650 million capital deployment that would be placed in the county. So it stands right now, taxing entities, 313 for Barboursville ISD, city of Baytown and its MOU or commitment for the Chapter 212 agreement complement what is required. And so there's some circumstances that the court wanted to address. There's the idea of having a site visit to their Nevada location to understand the issues associated with noise abatement, plant visibility, lighting and the like, and that has yet to be conducted and probably is not going to be conducted before year end. TGS has offered to provide travel accommodations to be able to fly out, make that visit efficient, if you will, and move forward. So what is the court's request to get these interim updates moving forward? The idea is, given that the site visit is not going to be able to be conducted before year end, and the Chapter 313 value limitation agreement is waiting to be executed, that the court again issues associated with CCID number one notwithstanding, conditionally approve the proposal that was submitted back in August on the terms so that they can move forward at least and move forward with their financing for the project. So if you recall, the proposal requested a 10-year Chapter 31 agreement at 65% tax abatement.
What's the project value again?
At least 650 million. And of course, cost escalations and like, we have in our models that we've been working with for Chapter 212, we've been modeling 650 to 880 in that area. This is a municipal solid waste conversion to premium jet fuel, high grade jet fuel.
So they're taking solid waste and making jet fuel out of it.
That's correct.
Their plant,
Pretty green,
Pardon?
pretty green.
Yes,
so their plant that they're operating now is doing that process?
yes, I think they had their first pint, if you will, or gallon of fuel that was produced. Yes, they were going through some commissioning hiccups. And their joint venture partners, Commissioner, just to remind, are BP, United Airlines, and just a number of waste management, not surprisingly. A lot of well-heeled Fortune companies that are involved in this project.
And I think I've asked you this question before, but I mean, the benefits for the schools, the revenue that they will arrive, that will split up among the schools within the county, it's pretty significant.
Yes, it's over $2 million over a 10-year period.
That's for,
The school equalization fund.
yes, and then, but then to Barbers Hill, it means another $10 million under
right.
313.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Was
saying.
it 15? Was that the number? I thought it was 10.
Dan,
Yeah.
Dr. Fuller told me he thought it was 15, but that was months ago when Tom.
Pretty significant.
Significant at 10.
Yeah, and these are new dollars for the school district.
Yeah.
Those for the Barbers Hill ISD, and then under the school equalization tax distribution to East Chambers ISD and then Antioch ISD.
So I know there was some discussion about recycling, Chambers County recycling, did some recycling with them.
I think they're
Still open?
Yeah, that's a scale issue, Judge. I mean, the feedstock processing units for this project are not going to be in the county. They're going to be as close in proximity to intercept waste from Waste Management and others. But the idea, I think, is to harmonize the ability, once they come into operation, to really look at trying to take recyclables or waste from Chambers County and the city of Baytown for that matter. 'Cause that-
Yeah, right.
Let's go into our landfill.
Yeah, so that's a deal breaker for me on the whole deal. So one of their feed processing plants has to agree to take our recycled goods from the county, so.
Well, you can make it contingent on
I am.
that. Okay.
And another contingency is that they do meet and abide by the good neighbor.
Good neighbor look, yeah.
All right, well, you want to make a motion to that effect?
I will.
Go ahead.
The motion being,
That we consider their,
We approve their proposal contingent on
There's
There's
three.
381
components
proposals.
here.
381
Three proposals, right, contingent upon the.
good neighbor policy,
good neighbor policy, site visit,
side visit, and
and recycle program.
And CCID.
And CCID on the sheriff's.
Sure.
office.
second, Judge.
motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore.
Might catch all that.
Robin's writing. We'll help you out, Robin. Well, it's being recorded, so you can go back. All right, I got it. Is there any other questions, comments? James, I got something for you on quick now. Or forever hold your peace. All right, I got James Scott, TGS City Port on 555759. Public participation board. Go ahead, James.
And I think y'all addressed some of them as far as the Fulcrum project. We just wanted to reiterate that all of the good neighbor policy, the green belt, all of that is addressed in our purchase and sell contract with them. So they can't even buy the land. It's a condition to close on that. It's also a condition to close that Chambers County, that y'all give them a tax abatement. So if y'all aren't in agreement with all that, then, you know, the project's not going to see a report anyway. So we've been working with the county very close on that.
What about your deal? Have y'all worked out the details directly with them?
No, not yet. We do
Still
have an
working on it?
executed LOI and we are trading the contract back and forth.
Okay. Go ahead.
So that's as far as Fulcrum. I'm not sure which all ones y'all have passed from when I was walking to the car to here, but,
We approved them all contingent on basically the same thing, that agreement
Okay.
getting worked out.
It's at
Yeah.
5.6.
and as far as
5.6 is
the
KTN, though. It's Terms County Logistics, everything, and
and as far as the law enforcement, I mean, we're there to do the agreement. We're working with the county. Originally it was proposed as a 3-year agreement with the cost share that was contingent upon both CCID 2 and KTN. We were really wanting to try to do something with just CCID 1. We proposed to actually have a additional coverage for CCID 1. We're happy to go back and revisit, the original proposal that the county had. We really wanted to do a long-term 10-year agreement with the county to, secure law enforcement patrol area for the whole area. But we're happy to go back and revisit the 3-year if that's what we need to do to get it done.
Devil's always in the details.
We'll accept exactly what you proposed.
Okay.
all right. So then there's a meeting at 2:00 on that.
They'll do that and do a 10-year deal. I mean, that's gonna get the.
Well, devil's in the details again.
All right, so I think we're done, except for executive session. We have 2 items up the meeting agenda, 3.4 and 7.1. And then 20.1, discuss consider personnel issues. 22, sell purchase real property. 20.3. Consider adopting an order of rules relating to building development and permitting requirements and rules in Chambers County. Discuss, consider accepting donation of real property. And going to executive session on consultation with attorney. Real property. And I think that it's, and possibly personnel. With that, at 12:21 PM, we will recess to executive session. Hi, go come over after executive session at 3:06 PM. 3.4, no action. 7.1, no action. 20.1, no action. 20.2, no action. 20.3, no action. 20.4, discuss, consider, accept your donation of real property.
Yeah, Judge, I've been working with Hakeem Olajuwon on the extension of the Chambers Parkway in and through his property. And he owns quite a bit of property that runs all the way from Highway 99 over to 3180. And it's the route that we're looking to extend the Chambers Parkway through. Originally, we were trying to work with him about doing a land trade, a land swap, and we had that in. Anyhow, the land swap not working out because the county's not acquiring the land that we thought we were going to get to swap it for him. But he had approached me last week and asked if we could get the right-of-way surveyed by the end of this year because he wants to donate that right-of-way to the county. But he wants to write it off, this year. So originally we had a 120 foot wide right-of-way through there, which equaled approximately 9.5 acres of land, worth of value on, our books that we had to pay for it, about $1.5 million. Well, the engineers have came back and need to widen that to 150 foot right away. And I spoke with him yesterday and he is gracious enough to donate 150 foot right away, which brings that up to about 12 acres of land and close to about $2 million worth of savings to the citizens of Chambers County. So he holds those in two different groups. So my motion is that we accept a donation from Park Blocks Ltd. And from Grand Parkway Holdings LLC for the right-of-way for Chambers Parkway.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any questions? I'll say it's very nice of him to do that. I know it benefits him too. It benefits the county tremendously. So
it does, and it is very nice of him to do that. He was under no obligation. We had not even asked him for a donation, and he volunteered it. So we're doing everything we can to accommodate him getting that completed by the end of this year.
all right,
Awesome.
got a motion second. Those in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Do we need to approve getting those two appraisals?
No,
We don't?
No.
Okay.
no, we're talking with those appraisals and there's no action on the other items. So nothing to come for court.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I've been looking at that. I've been looking for that since 9:30.
By the way, who gave us the Floyd card? I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
And, yeah,
What about my,
I was going to ask